Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Garden State Combat Robotics League, May the 3rd fight. We're starting with the Beetles bracket. Beetles are 3-pound robots of mixed media, but they tend to be made out of a lot of titanium and steel. Iodine is in the red square. Iodine is a vertical spinner with a white plastic exterior and a titanium top, or carbon fiber top. And Hydrox is the black drum spinner with the orange wheels, looking a little bit like Minotaur. The drivers have to load their robots in a very specific order in order to maximize safety. You see them whipping things off the robot as they put them in, and those are the safety equipment that keep the robot from starting up and taking people's fingers off.
Circle the winning box, and then put win. Just put like W tap out. That's why I just put note, just so we have it forever.
Yeah, but so does scoring implication matter at this point?
It's a tap out, so it's a knockout.
So if it's a knockout, don't even bother with the score.
Take that.
So you got to replace the entire motor. I'll spit that.
Yeah, it started out good, and then he lost the wheel.
Hydrox was the black one.
I mean, he could have asked for an unstick, but I mean, since he was stuck upside down, he couldn't move. So every bot gets one unstick. So he couldn't even start an unstick, but he chose to tap out because it is double elimination. So live to fight again. Perfectly normal.
Okay, so put him there.
Okay, leave him there, okay.
Yes. Yeah, you got plenty of forms here. Yeah, just stick here. Let's take a whole bunch of them.
Melon, we go.
Power Surge and Summit should be loading in. Power Surge is in the red square. Summit is in the blue square. Summit was putting their lid on. Sometimes there's a little delay. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm blaming the wrong robot. It was Power Surge. Power Surge was putting their lid on, and that means that the driver at the last minute was screwing some things back together after fiddling with the robot, despite our late start and knowing that they were in the queue right quick.
Power Surge is in the red, Summit is in the blue.
Our next fight is Killico versus Raging Sunder. Killico is in the red square. Raging Sunder is in the blue square. I don't see my combatants. Not having my combatants ready makes me very cranky. Killico is in the red square and Raging Sunder is in the blue square. After this, we'll be moving to ants.
Thunder, checking in.
You're in the blue, which is this side.
Same to you. Not too good a one.
Raging Sunder is in the blue square, is a vertical spinner, the blue and gold robot.
Go ahead and power your robots up.
Killico, what is Killico going to do? They have a horizontal spinner at one end of the robot, but they're built like a full body spinner.
It's not, yeah.
It's kind of
The L's and I's. Okay, so Killico's a long boy here. It's easy to fall apart.
yeah. Stuck on the bell.
Field debris, it is not the arena. No on stick for that. Motion. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Knockout. Killico win.
Yeah, it's win by knockout. Win by knockout. Wow.
No, I don't know.
That's what happened.
No, you got pushed.
Loading into the arena, Burning Hand in the red square, Little Chef in the blue square.
Violet Flame and Oreo? Yeah.
Violet Flame and Oreo will be on deck. Burning Hand and Little Chef should be loading into the arena.
Right. Yeah, that's what I thought. Huh. Okay. I don't think we had a situation like that the last like 1 or 2 events I was at.
Oh, I've seen it before where people have gotten high centered on, debris, somebody else's weapon or something like that.
I think we're at amps next.
Oh yeah, let me get it.
So judges, FYI,
Yeah.
the microphone is here and it's like usually live.
Oh, is it live?
So your conversation may be 50% on the microphone. So off and on, but we have to leave the mic.
Wait, what couldn't fly off of your robot that we're gonna get stuck on?
That's on you.
Robot.
I forgot my phone.
We have ants. Burning.
Telling you though, I think I got my left turn thing fixed. So you're gonna need
So are
both
we
sides
done
now.
And Little Chef.
Are we assuming that this is left? What are we assuming?
Top? No, she said
No, other way around. The top is always red. Burning Hand is in the red square, which is on the right of the judges and the left of the audience. Little Chef is in the blue square, which is on the left for the judges and on the right for the audience. And this is why we color code. We're in the 1 pound ant category. Burning Hand is a vertical spinner. And they're fighting Little Chef, which is a drum spinner.
All right. Weapon lock out. Switch
There we
left.
go.
Okay. All right. Drivers ready. Judges ready. Start this fight in 3, 2, 1, fight!
Love it when the sparks fly. Both of the robots have the same strategy here. They're going for each other's wheels and trying to avoid head-on-head, weapon-on-weapon strikes, because those are the most likely to break your own robot with the strike. That was almost a pin. And it turned into a hit. Oh man, Little Chef's weapon doesn't seem to be spinning.
Remaining.
Everybody's wheels are still working. Little Chef is a push bot now, trying to control the movement of Burning Hand. Burning Hand is still trying to get their weapon around. Sometimes there's an electrical blip that rather than a dead motor. And I saw Little Chef's weapon spin up for a moment, but then it spun down again immediately. Little Chef is now trying to keep Burning Hand's weapon against their weapon, since there's nothing to be broken for them, while Burning Hand is still trying to get around the side.
10, 9, 8.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's the match.
This one is going to the judges. They will be evaluating based on damage that the robots have inflicted upon one another or sustained during the fight. And engagement, which means how aggressive they were at chasing each other, whether or not there were any pins.
Unless it was.
We have our first lovely stink coming from the arena. All right, Violet Flame and Oreo are our next fight. Violet Flame is headed to the red square. Oreo is headed to the blue square. I always want to call Violet Flame Violent Flame, because they're a black robot. Their weapon is a little purple. Their weapon is an angled horizontal spinner. Oreo is black and white. Looks like they too are a horizontal spinner.
So Violet Flame and Oreo. Same. What you might want to do, I'm gonna start doing this is put red and blue because it's flipped. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what's confusing us. So I'm just gonna do that.
So this is Oreo, right?
Yes. Blue square Oreo, red square Violet Flame. So.
Ooh, I did something backwards. Don't take them yet.
Okay.
I realized it did scoring backwards.
Oh,
Yeah.
Violet Flame by Tap Out.
Who tapped out? The Oreo tapped
Yeah,
out.
Oreo tapped out. So
Yeah.
Violet. Just give me a second.
I need a minute. Correct, yes. I put the wrong. Yeah, I put Little Chef and Burning Hand on the wrong side, and when I scored it. So Little Chef was on this side, right?
Little
Okay.
Chef was in the red. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I thought I did. I scored it in the right box, but I had the wrong box.
Ryan.
Okay.
Who's up next here?
still on pause? Did you finish?
And make sure I write this down in the right font in the right place.
Okay. Bob and Blueberry are loading in. Bob is in the red, Blueberry is in the blue.
These are I assume that left is top and right is bottom, which drives me nuts.
Yeah, this
Like,
is driving me nuts too.
really, you can reverse it because I.
Can't. It's a streaming thing. They'd have to reverse all kinds of stuff.
Because I always screw it up because the top is always left to me.
Well, I'm
That's why the color.
That's what I'm doing. I'm scratching out left and right and putting red and blue.
Yeah.
So it's no confusion.
That's absolutely fine. Yeah. As long as it's clear.
Okay, are our judges ready?
Yeah.
Drivers?
We score active pins and passive pins differently here at GSCRL. So when a robot has no weapon and has pushed another robot into the side and trapped them, they get a shorter amount of seconds to control the fight than a robot that has, say, a lifter. If the lifter is holding up the other robot or participating in any way to a pin, they get a longer count.
4, 3, 2, 1. That's the match.
Obviously no damage. Table is just not, and it was like an inch higher. My legs
I
were
keep hitting these.
Okay. You warrior, you get in the box and fight the third. Okay. Hear me out.
Our next fight is Melon Baller versus Jinx Clone. Melon Baller is in the red square. Jinx Clone is in the blue square. Melon Baller looks suitably like a melon to keep us all straight. Jinx Clone is our holdup. They were 3 ounces overweight. They've been shaving plastic off of their chassis. We're over to Beetles. Melon Baller in the red square, Jinx Clone in the blue square. All right, refs, the fight is loading in.
Hold on. Did we tell you to power it up? Did we tell you to take the weapon lock out?
I think you forgot it. I thought someone was behind me.
I think all the judges have been unanimous. Other than the one I almost screwed up by having the wrong box and the wrong. Like I had it right on the score sheet, I just had the box in the wrong box.
All right. Go ahead.
All right, in past fights, the Burning Hand Little Chef fight, Little Chef was declared the winner by the judges unanimously. Bob versus Blueberry. Blueberry won by unanimous. No, Bob won by unanimous judges' decision. Man, alliteration, it'll get you every time.
All right, switch. Get yourselves in your corners. All right. Drivers ready. Judges ready. Yes. All right. Let's go ahead and start.
Who are you fighting? Okay, because I don't see him, which annoys me. Wow! One of our spectacular 3-pound hits.
Movement. 5, 4, 3, 2.
That is the kind of kinetic energy that we love seeing here at GSCRL. Wow.
Okay, I like this one.
They both have some damage. But
Yeah,
the weapons a little.
I don't even know what happened at the start. Like, what happened to Moonball at the start? They just went flying. What broke?
Our next fight is Meter Beater versus Hydrox.
And you guys are?
And I'm still looking for Meter Beater. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, me too.
Meter Beater is going to be in the red square. Hydrox is going to be in the blue square. Hold off on entering until the ref says that it is safe.
Me, yeah, M-E-A-T.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of a Pokemon name.
I don't know.
It's like on,
And
yeah.
they're on red.
Not necessarily.
Hydrox, yeah.
Oh yeah, I see why. I see why he named it what he named it. Look at the
Oh, yeah,
crap.
it's a tenderizer, yeah. So, that's basically, it's an old school flat bot.
Yeah.
You ever seen like
Yeah.
Comedy Central Battle Bots? Yeah. Actually, you've heard of Ray Billings, right? Tombstone?
Yeah.
His very first robot, like heavyweight robot or middleweight even, in BattleBots, the old Comedy Central, was a sit and spin flat with an axe head.
Oh, he had an axe head on the back.
Yeah, it was called Darkness. But he didn't make it on. He didn't actually make it on TV back in those days.
Is that when they called it like Robot Wars?
No, it was BattleBots. It was on Comedy Central from like 2000 to
I don't remember it
2003.
being like Comedy Central, but
Only reason I ever, you know what? I have South Park to thank for stumbling on the BattleBots. Like seriously.
maybe I did see it
Works
was on
because
Comedy
the hammer
Central.
sphere doesn't, or isn't even been
So
hidden.
it just there's no kinetic weapon. It just uses its own drive inertia, the drive train to just sit and spin in place.
Wouldn't that take away from their engagement though? Like if they can spin fast
It's
and
probably
do
not
it
going to do a lot of damage.
I wouldn't.
So he's not going to be exactly a damaging bot, but
I mean like,
you know.
But it's novelty.
Yeah.
Judges, ready?
This is Meter Beater versus Hydrox. Meter Beater in the red square, Hydrox in the blue. Meter Beater is actually a meat tenderizer.
One, fight!
This is going to hit really hard when he gets up to speed. So our drum spinner was trying to get a hit in before Meter Beater got up to speed. Seems to be a driving issue. There often is with drum spinners.
I'm not trying to. My controls are inverted.
Drum spinners have a lot more centrifugal force and a lot less contact with the floor. So they tend to be the hardest robots to drive. Meter Beater going for a pin. Hydrox having now actual drive issues, but they can use the centrifugal force from their drum even when they only have one wheel active. So it's a trade-off. Meter Beater wants to call it a pin.
Hydra, do you have any motion?
But Hydra, 3, 2, 1. And we're back in the fight. Sometimes there really is a ghost in the machine, a moment of electronic overload or a slightly disconnected connector that will
That's a countdown. Meter Beater wins. I'm just going to slide you over to that door.
after these contestants slide their robots out of the arena. Flashpoint is going to be our robot in the red, and Power Surge is going to be our robot in the blue.
Oh, you're wrong.
Power surge.
On red is flash.
Yeah. Power surge. Flash.
Okay, footsteps. Go ahead, ready for corners. And Power Surge, show you have weapon, please. Cole, show you have weapon, please. Again, drivers ready. Judges ready. Power Surge and
Flashpoint.
Flashpoint. All right, drivers match in 3, 2, 1, fight!
The pink robot, the vertical spinner, just lost a little blue piece. That's Flashpoint. Taking a nice flight to the top of the arena. We just replaced some lights from our last combat event where the lights were taken out by flying robots.
Tap out!
Weapon on weapon, it was obvious he was going to win that one.
Yeah, their weapons are great. If the weapon didn't stop, it would have been pretty easy.
They would just get cornered and just beat up. Yeah, that power surge is pretty massive.
Our next fight is Tartarus versus Paranoia. Tartarus in the red square, Paranoia in the blue. We're back to our 1 pound ant. Paranoia is in blue, Tartarus is in red. As soon as the ref is finished cleaning the arena and declares that it is safe. Raptor and Little Chef are on deck. Control Freak and Violet Flame are third in line. Tartarus and Paranoia are in the arena. Tartarus is a vertical spinner. Paranoia is the long, narrow, horizontal spinner. What a good looking robot.
My weapon is not spinning to begin with. I'm having a slight issue, but my weapon is not spinning to begin with. Do not count it spinning at the end. Yeah. All right. All right. It is functioning. Okay. Drivers ready.
The weapon is.
I did fix it somehow. Judges ready. Yeah. All right. Start this match in 3, 2, 1, fight.
Oh, yeah. So Paranoia declared before the fight even started that their weapon was having a glitch. So they're coming in at a big disadvantage as a push bot, a robot that can only score points by control. But now, by some miracle of electronics and ghosts in the machine, their spinner is kind of working at times. Some electrical connection just met and then disconnected again and has met again. Judge is going to have a lot of fun scoring that. Now, we have a very quiet arena as neither weapon is spinning at the moment, but both robots have full drive. Go robots. Oh dear. Tartarus. They did. The horizontal spinner is also having trouble keeping their wheels on the ground. Even tiny little bows in the arena, tiny little irregularities in the floor are keeping it high-sided. The center point is just a couple millimeters higher than the wheels, and so they're having a little trouble getting around. That has nothing to do.
2, 3, 4, 5, release.
So
All right, I need to see motion.
tapping out.
Robot's dead.
Are you tapping out?
Oh, I'm not
okay.
tapping out. That's the end anyway.
All right.
Are we going to judges or we just? It is. Call it knockout. No, that's what I'm saying.
And so Tartarus has won by knockout. But Paranoia is still in our tournament. We have a double elimination bracket. And so that was their first loss. And they're off to the elimination bracket, where if they win again, they stay in our tournament. And if they lose, then they're finished for the day. Loading into the arena, got it, are Raptor and Little Chef. Raptor is in the red, Little Chef is in the blue. But as we are short a judge, we're having a little 5-minute break. So the fact that Little Chef is dawdling their way over, it doesn't inconvenience me by by sheer luck. On deck are Control Freak and Violet Flame. Power Off and Bob are third in line.
printing our awards. That's when we start
Oh.
the printer.
Oh, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, she's starting a printer.
Wow.
Grant, how's
So
it
they're
going?
printing, I guess, part of the awards.
So,
Yeah.
so who do we have loading?
We got Raptor in the red and Little Chef in the blue. And Little Chef is still waiting on them.
Yeah. So what happened is I set up print 4 awards at once on the boron that we have at the stage. Came over and it was a mess.
Oh,
Like
no.
it quit halfway through. So I'm 4 short. So I need to print 4 of them before the end of the match.
Oh, wow.
And when we get to lunchtime, I'm probably gonna re-slice this, make it print faster.
I need to get through these printers. I had one.
All right, the judges have returned. The ref is having the robots load in. This fight is Raptor versus Little Chef. Raptor is a vertical spinner with 2 blades. Little Chef is a drum spinner that has already survived and won a fight today.
Are we going to losers bracket next, or 3
We
pounders?
who?
Hydro.
Oh. Me.
Because I was wondering if we're going to do that for lunch.
Yes.
Because I might have to push.
I think so.
I might have
Oh.
to push. So I'll let you know.
Okay. Yeah.
But I'm like, I just got out. I'm like,
Fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! I need to see motion! I need motion! You're not stuck on the arena. Counting out 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's a knockout! All right, I'm going to slide this back over to you.
I wrote the names down wrong. Yeah. So the bot that was killed was Raptor, right?
Yeah, Raptor. That case.
I made the mistake of looking at that and writing that down. I'm like, I realized that's not. I looked at this. I'm like, that's not the box that was in there.
All right, for our competitors, I know it is approaching lunchtime. I just want to make sure you guys know there are on-site food trucks out the door over there. We encourage you to support the rest of the event. Please consider going to the food trucks for lunch.
Do they take non-cat? Do they take cat to pay? Oh, my wallet's in the car.
I think no, it's something
Yeah, I usually don't eat a lot in advance. I bring some trail mix. I got water. I stopped at a diner, had a big breakfast.
Last time I ate any sort of event was at Lehigh,
registration. It's like a people's registration of like boxes. Like a couple of Yeah, because everything is just running these are this. This is probably the biggest culprit right here. This polycarbonate, the Lexan, like it has gotten so much more expensive. I'm not even, I don't want to get into the whole politics of
It's
anything. It's just,
really.
we gotta have safety.
They use the FRC a lot to support things because it works good.
Especially one, the FRC is nice because it's not, violent,
Yeah.
kinetic weapon.
You literally are trying not to get
Yeah, exactly. It's more of a skill and maneuverability thing.
it takes.
I wish they would have had that when I was in school. I would have been all over that.
I mean, like, if you want to, you could buy 18 people for
I would have been all over that.
I'm in it right now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
I was in high school like 20 years ago, so they didn't
There's
really have that.
three FRCTs at my high school.
Wow.
There's one for freshmen, first year sophomores, one for second year sophomores, juniors and seniors, and one for outreach.
Wow.
So we have like if a school does have a robotics team, they can come to us every Saturday for their own. They have their own. What's wrong with that? People don't show up. Well, I've heard it. Like there's 3 people that would show up all the time.
Yeah.
Did we finish
They were all on their drive team.
Raptor?
Yeah.
There's one person on their drive team that show
The
up
guy
like once or twice.
wrote the wrong names down.
Like they're all good people.
But Control Freak won.
No.
Like they're
Little
Well,
Shadow.
in
little-
robotics in general, you're not gonna find like bad people
They wrote the
unless
wrong
it's
ones
meant to.
down.
Because all the students are good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By what? What happened? Chaos.
It's chaos.
It's just kind of that's what it is.
Right.
The other bot was like in business.
Control freak and violet.
Oh.
A flame.
All right. Our recording is ready. Our refs are ready. No, our judges are ready, and our ref is loading up his time clock. Control Freak is in the red square. Violet Flame is in the blue.
And we're starting
In 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. So Violet Flame is the horizontal spinner with the spike, the tooth trying to cut under robots, even like Control Freak, which has the 3 long forks in the front. Disadvantage of forks in our arena is that they can get jammed right under the edge of the arena. Ooh, this may be an entanglement. Nope, they were able to pull themselves apart. But that was a lift from Violet Flame. Sparks, always the best. Ooh, so this is Control Freak with a successful pin, and Violet Flame trying to make something out of it with their weapon. A nice hit from Violet Flame.
You gotta count the pins.
Control Freak wearing Violet Flame like a little purse, dragging it around the arena a little bit. Control Freak has a big disadvantage being inverted. Now its forks sort of guide the other robot on top of it. It's possible for the other robot to just fly over it like a ramp rather than get stuck like that.
Did you find a home beat safety switch or safety screwdriver?
And the pin is reversed in a beautiful little move by Violet Flame. Getting some hit in on with that same maneuver.
5, 4, 3, 2, release the pin.
Control Freak is still wearing Violet Flame as a hat, but has turned that into a pin.
5, 4,
Whoa, what a spectacular finish to the match when with Violet Flame's tooth getting ripped off at the last second. This one will be scored by the judges. Our next fight will be Power Off and Bob. Power Off is loading in the red square, and Bob is loaded into the blue square.
Can you have Control Freak try?
The judges have asked. The judges have asked for a test to see which robots, to see if Control Freak's drive is still working and what kind of damage Control Freak may have sustained in that last big hit. This is something judges can do, is ask for tests to see if the robot is functional in a way that they couldn't see during the fight.
Okay.
Okay, that was good. I just wanted to make sure you didn't damage his drive when they got hit.
For me? Yeah, I just bought this from their team store. Yeah. I wish.
This is actually a tough one to score.
Power off Bob. Last match.
Okay, Power Off and Bob.
Okay, wait, Violet Flame was 11.
No, four.
Four, okay,
Four.
5.
Yeah. It was a really close match.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
I only gave it Violent Flame because of that last hit. That's the only reason I gave it.
In a split decision, Control Freak has won by judges' decision in the fight between Control Freak and Violet Flame. That was a tight scoring fight. So, there may have been a little teeny puff of smoke from Power Off. The ref is judging whether or not it's safe for the fight to go forward. So yeah, sparks fly a lot during robot combat. We try to minimize the amount of fire. Some robot fighting leagues actually include fire as a possible weapon, but GSCRL does not. We do, however, have our fair share of battery fires. This looks like something else, like the start switch may have gone bad. All right, the ref has declared that the robot is safe to run. And now Power Off versus Bob is a fight that can continue. Power Off is the robot that was having the trouble, that's in the red square. Bob is in the blue square. What they just did is a twitch test to see whether the robots are starting out functional enough to drive around, which is the minimum for robot fighting. Bob is a wedge bot, and sometimes they are the toughest robots both to fight and to drive. All the points of a beautiful weapon on weapon nonsense. All of the points that a wedge bot produces are from control, so the driving has to be spot on in order to make points happen. But so that's Bob's situation, and Power Off has the active weapon, so they have a chance of dealing damage points that Bob does not have. But on the other hand, not having to use any of their weight on a weapon, Bob can make their robot a tough little guy. And now, just a moment, Bob was wearing Power Off as a hat. Hear the helicopter sound of the very fast-moving Power Off weapon. That robot is not kidding around. Power Off was using centrifugal force to flip itself right side up again. A little mini pin from Bob, but somebody's lost a wheel. Seems like Power Off may have popped its own wheel and maybe a belt. The judges will make their decision after they can see how well each robot drives. Crab walking from both robots.
That looks like a mom.
Yeah.
Probably.
And Bob, at the last moment during this test, has started smoking in the bad way. Our ref believes that this is a lithium fire as opposed to just a little bit of smoke from a failing motor. And so has oh yeah, we can tell by the smell. That is definitely the beautiful odor of a lithium fire battery.
Oh, he go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
we're
good,
good.
yeah.
We're already
I'm
done.
sorry. Here. Are you powered on? Oh, you have to.
The battery catching at the end there?
No, I don't think that was battery. I think that was like something electronic.
That could have been a motor.
Yeah.
Coming from where it was. Bad.
No, see, battery would have been like more violent, probably.
I imagine it was just like a motor or something to circuit board at that
Yeah.
point.
Usually, if it's just like a little wisp of smoke like that, it's something electronic or a motor.
Probably a motor. I don't know. I haven't seen a motor catch fire yet, ever. Closest I've ever seen one catch fire was on my robot at Lehigh. One of our motors shot out. We melted something in it. Like it melted part of the motor.
Oh wow.
Like I guess the one on our match, we melted motor.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go check on
What happened?
Alex.
Wait,
He has
what
to come
happened
back
to our
and
motor
check.
at Lehigh? Like, what did we do to it?
Inside your,
We melted the solder, right?
yeah, one of the boards heated up so bad that it melted the solder.
And
So the
just-
connection was bad, and then it melted the
Who
plastic.
are you fighting?
Yeah. Okay.
Can you guys just make sure that they don't do anything while I go check on Alex?
I'm just gonna leave it there and not touch it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I'm
go.
just waiting because the carbon fiber shorts with this. So Alex didn't turn it on. I just wanted him to do turn it off. 'Cause I don't want to.
So yeah, at Lehigh, we were playing so hard that one of our motors was working so much that the circuit board overheated, solder on it melted off, so the connection just gone, and it started melting part of the plastic.
Oh wow.
So we completely destroyed the motor. I like, damn, break the motor now.
Yeah.
Oh, drive motor. Oh, let's go next match. Go ahead.
No, we got back.
All right. Because of damage sustained in the, well, I don't know why actually. The judges have determined that in that last fight, Power Off was the winner. Our next fight, we're popping back over to the Beatles. Power On is in the red square and Melon Baller is in the blue square. As soon as the ref declares that it is safe.
What?
The one that was just on.
That was
the
Ant.
end.
That was the end.
Yeah.
That
So
was
that
the
was
1
Ant,
pound.
and now he went back. Went back to Beatles.
Yeah, I just
You know
swapped.
when lunch break is, by the way? Go after this and another. Yeah, so Power On's a big, it's such a bigger version. And then of course they got this guy over here who's freaking scary.
You ended the fight in like less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is gonna be ugly because
That was insane.
a horizontal versus a vertical is always ugly.
I want to build a horizontal so bad. Huh?
Who was the first person that Melon Baller fought?
I forget all about it.
All right, Power On is in the red square. Same team, different robot. And Melon Baller is in the blue square. We're back in the 3-pound Beatles category here. The drum on Power On is enormous. And we saw Melon Baller's rotational power in its last fight against Jinx Clone. Two, one, fight. I love the lights on Melon Baller. I'm sure it makes it a tougher robot. Wow! Dang, dang, dang.
Weapon motor has come loose.
Yeah, I don't see a battery. Yeah, so the judges and the contestants are all peeking at the battered robot to see if the battery has been exposed, because that's the dangerous kind of fire that these robots can get in, that had Bob flying out of the building. 3, 2, 1, fight again. And so Melon Baller bouncing around in that incredibly violent way has driven power on to tap out. Man.
That was very fast.
It's balanced.
That's quite fast. It's one reaction on gone left, right?
I think there's one more fight before lunch.
Yeah.
He roofed it pretty good.
That was.
Our final fight before we take a lunch break is Sushi versus Tartarus in the ants category. Sushi and Tartarus. Sushi in the red square, Tartarus in the blue square. The 1 pound robots are 1 pound, but just as dangerous. They're less likely to take out the arena's lights or take chunks of the arena, but they could still take your finger off your hand. Yeah, that light was already dead.
That was the one we broke
That's the
last
one
night.
that's dead.
That was
Yeah.
last night.
Yeah. Wow, the arena looks just like it's supposed to. For now. Melon Baller has many more chances. Sushi versus Tartarus. Sushi in the red square, Tartarus in the blue square. These are ants. This is our last fight before we take a break for lunch. Three, 2, 1, fight, robots, fight! So Sushi is a tough little wedge bot with the salmon pink wedge. Tartarus is the vertical spinner with the nasty gold blade. The blade isn't very long, but yeah, you could lose a finger or an eye if debris that they've tossed around the arena flew at your eyes, which is why we have a double shielded arena. So that even if a robot manages to crack or poke through, we're still safe. The dancing, each robot looking to turn this into a pin. Sushi looking to come around the side and get under Tartarus. Tartarus looking to lift under Sushi's wedge and actually start carving at the plastic. They might be getting their wish. Oh yeah, it looks like a new notch in Sushi's wedge. Tartarus seems to be having trouble driving. They did.
Sushi wins by 10.
They were radio issue, it looks like.
Yeah.
All right. Tartarus tapped out, so Sushi takes the win. And now we're off on a lunch break. We shall reconvene in about 30 minutes. In the red square is Flashpoint. In the blue square is Iodine. Iodine is a nasty, nasty 3-pound vertical spinner, as is Flashpoint, if my eyes don't deceive me. So it's uppercutter versus uppercutter. They have different reach, different scale. We'll see what happens.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Three, two, one. Fight, robots, fight. Vertical spinners tend not to work as well inverted, but Iodine is verted again immediately. Oh, full 360 flip. Pressing against Iodine. Flashpoint was keeping them from spinning their weapon back up. Nice. Again, vertical spinners tend not to work great inverted, so Flashpoint just flipped itself against the wall. Ooh. Iodine is trying to go for the belts in between Flashpoint's weapon, which has gone silent. Every team gets one unstick. It's supposed to be for when the arena itself has become a weapon, disrupting the match. But that's a really tough call. We usually end up making the call in favor of the combatant. These robots have both lost their first fight, and they're fighting for survival here in our elimination bracket. And it looks like a battery fire. Might be a motor fire, but
Yeah, had the match ended.
He can put his weapon lock on.
Had the match ended? I don't know. Okay.
yeah, so a robot catching fighter in the last few seconds or after the fight is over. It's going to be interesting to see how the refs and judges decide that last match.
Robots off? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Raging Sunder and Jinx Clone are our next combatants. Raging Sunder will be in the red square. Jinx Clone will be in the blue square. They're free to step up and set their robots down. We might want to sweep some debris before we get going, so they're not going to turn on their robots. They have to wait until the refs indicate that it is safe.
Hydrox needs to push.
Right. I have that.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
I am Bob.
I know you are Bob.
I'm forfeiting.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
Thank you. Don't have another robot. Lost. Couldn't find another board. I'm sorry to hear it.
Totally expected to come today and like go back.
Flame out, but you really did flame out. Yeah, no, which is fun and exciting. I didn't see any dustpans. Did we not? Oh. That's what we're doing. Those tiny screws and bits of plastic can be enough to high side even a 3-pound robot. Often the clearance between a robot's forks and our steel arena floor is millimeters or nothing. A lot of the forks drag on so a few millimeters of plastic can be enough to disrupt a fight. We're still waiting for our refs to return after dealing with the last fire. Love it. Love combat robots where you get to say sentences like, "We're still waiting for the refs to finish dealing with the last fire."
The match was finished after that. The part afterwards. Yeah.
Judges, you ready?
Yes.
All right, we're moving on to the Raging Sunder Jinx Clone fight. Ah, the sweet sound of blazing uppercutters. Nice hit from Raging Sunder. Jinx Clone not showing a lot of life. And they've tapped out.
Like the bottom of them dug out. There's just two straight lines. That just,
What?
on the bottom of Jinx Lunch has like two chunks taken out of the bottom.
Oh yeah, I think that may have been from the last match.
Melon Ball did that, right?
Yeah.
I thought Melon Baller. I don't know where Melon Baller hit them, but they instant.
Because I think it went up, hit it, bounced back.
Like based off all the yellow pieces everywhere, I don't know what it was.
Which side is still up? Blue?
What's up now?
We're back to the winner's place.
Yeah.
Back to the winner's place.
It's gonna be Meter, Peter, Kilico.
Okay.
That was the one I broke things down. Yeah, it's KO. The Raging Thunder or the Raging Thunder won by
No,
KO.
iodine.
Oh, Iodine wasn't a KO. Because they took that out after the thing ended.
This match gotta be early.
So Iodine, the judges determine, is the winner of the fight, Flashpoint and Iodine.
Print another one, or do you need something done over there? Okay.
I'll do it after this one.
This fight is Meter Beater and Kilico. Meter Beater is, of course, the actual meat tenderizer in the red corner. And Kilico is a spinner with a spinner.
Yes.
This is the winners' semifinals in the Beatles weight class. And we have two robots that are kinds of full body spinners. Meter Beater is using the weight and power of the meat tenderizer when they spin as a hammer. Kilico has a blade at the end of that long arm, and they're trying very tactically to shove their weapon into the hammer. Wait, that doesn't sound very tactical at all, does it? Ah, now they're shoving their, oh, it's a pin. Looks like a pin to me. Ooh, nice little side toss. Nice little pin. Kilico wearing Meter Beater as a hat briefly. We love hats at GSCRL. Meter Beater is inverted, which might cause difficulty driving, or it makes no difference to the robot itself or its functionality. So, may make no difference. And that fight is going to the judges after a weapon check. They want to test to see what's broken and what works. Meter beater as a hammer always works, whereas the blade on Kiliko is only partially functional.
Nice to see you. Congratulations on your first event. Nice to see you.
That was a beautiful time. I loved it.
Enjoy.
All right, the next fight is Melon Baller and Power Surge. Melon Baller is in the red square. Power Surge is in the blue square. Power Surge. There you are. I want to see Melon Baller and Meat Tenderizer. I think that would be an interesting... But I'm not going to see it because Kiliko, the judges have determined, was the winner of that semifinal fight. We may still see Meter Beater again. They're moving to the elimination bracket, but they have another chance. This is Melon Baller versus Power Surge. Short delay while the judges get them. Oh, wait, you're okay. No delay. No delay at all. Melon Baller is in the red square. Power Surge is in the blue. Oh shit! I have to go figure out.
What do you need? You can start it.
Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, fight!
Melon Baller and Power Surge have proven to be our most destructive robots of the day. Melon Baller has lost the belt to their weapon. But Power Surge has gotten stuck. Oh. On the kick plate, which earned them an unstick, but they didn't need it because of the gentle, soft tap from Melon Baller. That's good sportsmanship. And then throwing your kind opponent into the air, that's just good robot combat. They're going to do some functionality tests.
Yeah, Paul, can you separate them? And we want to see function. Give it a try. Melon Bowler is, all right, he's moving his sticks, he's dead. Okay. No.
No, it went to full time, so it's not a KO.
You can see it.
They're going over a little really quick thing. Oh, you guys did these backwards of what I did, but yeah, we had the same scores. It's funny, literally identical. All of us.
Oh, okay.
All right, that was identical for power surge.
So we've got a little bit of an issue.
Okay.
There's a gap here because it's sitting on the polycarbonate there.
Okay.
So we're having particles ejecting.
Okay.
And it's that the arena is pushed a little too far that way. If we push it back a little bit.
That was, I'm shocked it went to full time.
We're still a little high. I don't know where that's coming from. Oh, we gotta knock the kick plate down.
Now I'm curious.
Update your damage.
Speaking of building horizontals, is that the belts? Belts come off like all
Yeah, the belts are so expensive.
I still want to build one. His tombstone's my favorite bot, so. And there's too many birds.
I don't know how their belt was hit when the power surge only goes out so far.
Yeah, but Power Surge was just. I mean, that thing's got. Yeah, it's easy.
Power surge.
Little bits of debris.
Well, yeah, because that part of the arena.
Yeah, something is.
The
Yeah.
start plate thing.
We are checking the arena itself for damage. It's not invulnerable, and if the plexi is cracked, there are certain things that we can do to ameliorate that. Patch it, put stuff in. The next fight will be Sushi and Little Chef as soon as the refs have determined that it is safe to proceed. Sushi versus Little Chef.
Oh.
The kick plate lifted up. Yeah, that's what happened.
That side of the kick plate is just a bit lower on that side. Probably a problem. Still up. Oh, really?
If I took the robot that I've had and tried to put it really killed. Like, it's been, first of all, I haven't competed since 2021.
Alright, it is
And
improved.
it's just everything's gotten so much
The
more
issue is
powerful
it's
now.
like probably sitting on junk.
Oh yeah, just like every year. Probably just figure out what's better and this stuff.
So my robot was a,
There's literally always room for improvement.
yeah. The robot I had is called a DC kit. You ever?
So one of these recent fights forced some material under the lip of the arena. This doesn't look like it.
Especially now with the more powerful like NATO, the overhead weapons, forget it because D2 only has a little polycar top panel. I think that I went to BattleBots in 2021 just to watch.
I'm fighting myself.
That was amazing.
So our next fight, Sushi versus Little Chef, will be loading in as soon as they've finished fake patching the arena. We're mostly trying to make sure that tiny slivers don't pop out from under the kick plate inside the arena and hit, oh, I don't know, me. I'm the person who would be destroyed by that. Yeah. Oh, and dirt is leaking out. Interesting. Okay, so that's why tape might be a totally sufficient patch for this very small arena failure. Our next fight is Sushi versus Little Chef. Both of these robots were built and designed by the same person. He's having a friend from another team drive driving Sushi, and the captain of that team will be driving Little Chef. Sushi is in the red corner, and Little Chef will be in the blue.
Right, no, I haven't.
Really well. Yeah. Very surprisingly. For the one I went up against, I didn't expect it to win, but it did. It's like no damage was actually done to it. That was noticeable. No, it's already.
So back in the Beatles, that very destructive fight between Melon Baller and Power Surge has been scored by the judges for Power Surge. That means in the winner's side, the finals are going to be Kiliko and Power Surge. We haven't seen the last of Melon Baller, unless we have, but they've moved to the elimination bracket, and we will be seeing them again. Here we've switched to the Ants semifinals. And Sushi is in the red square, and Little Chef is in the blue square.
I'm good.
All right. The drum spinner versus the wedge, both by the gentleman in the ball cap, Alex. Alex has just indicated that he's keeping his weapon on low to save his own bot. He's counting on the excellence of his driving against another team. This is the third fight for each of these robots, so robots also get some fatigue. We see lots of little crunchy holes in the plastic armor of Sushi. And sometimes the battery doesn't hold as strong a charge as the day goes on. Or the motors start to wear out. The next fight, ready to load in, because it's so ready to load in, is Control Freak versus Power Off. Control Freak is in the red square, Power Off is in the blue square. A father and son fighting the son's two robots. I think nobody's surprised that Little Chef won the last fight.
Hydrox is good-ish.
You're next.
Great.
Did you tell Summit? Because he's there.
I haven't, but
No, he's right there.
I need to
Good.
let them know that my left side drive at the start is not working.
Okay. You'll have to do that right before. Excellent. Judge's decision. Correct. They're both white, and that's a pain in the butt. Control Freak is a control bot with the 3 forks at the front. Power Off is invisible to me because of the glare. A drum spinner. We're still in our winter semifinals for the 1-pound ant weight mixed media robots. This is their 3rd fight of the day, not against each other.
Let's go, Dad. Let's go, Dad.
Drivers ready? Judges ready? No announcer? Are you announcing? Okay. Alright, let's start this now.
3, 2, 1, fight. Control Freak has a nice thrum going with its weapon. No, other way around. Power Off has a nice thrum going with its weapon. And Control Freak has just committed a successful pin. Control Freak's forks look like they're trying to reach the belts on Power Off's drive. Oh, that's a really great pin.
The weapon's dead.
Both robots seem to be having drive trouble. Control Freak's weapon has spontaneously died, and they're crab walking, but Control Freak, which looks undamaged, is having some trouble getting around. Probably a wheels on arena issue. Robot combatants have to come up with the best traction for each different arena. Ours is a steel arena. And there are a lot of kinds of common robot combat wheels that don't catch on the surface very well. Control Freak seems to have gotten a little piece of detritus stuck under its chassis, and that's what's causing its drive issue, despite all 4 wheels being in good shape. The next fight, we're jumping back to the Beatles. All right. That was the match. Now the robots are limping towards the nearest door so that they can both be extracted while the judges decide which performance is going to send which robot is going to win to go on to fight Little Chef in the winners finals. Our next fight is going to take us back to the Beatles, the elimination bracket. Hydrox is going to be in the red square. Summit is going to be in the blue square. The winner will continue fighting, and the loser will be eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, they had pushed, and I've shoved them back in, so you're still on deck.
Still on deck.
Sorry, guys.
Hydrox and Summit. Hydrox had some information about pre-existing non-functionality. The right drive is not working already before we even go in, so it can't count as damage done by Summit. It happens. These robots have already been through some stuff, and they can be tough and expensive to repair.
I can't get the safety switch. It just jammed underneath the weapon motor. Oh. So I can't even get to the safety switch. I already pushed.
Does that? All right, so Hydrox has been forced to forfeit by a bad safety switch on top of their not working right drive, which sends Summit into the next round, surviving the elimination bracket. The next fight is returning to the elimination bracket in the Ants, Violet Flame versus Burning Hand. Violet Flame is in the red square. Burning Hand is in the blue square. Good, perfect. My brackets are good.
No, it makes me, I try to finish this fast. Thing is, I can also play, fight a little kid, and I don't know my map. You know what Bob is?
Oh yeah, it's candy orange shirt.
Yeah.
He plays surprisingly well for how old he is.
There is what's called it is a modified necessary evil kit. It is one like rip off it. It is just
I've seen 4-year-olds win
continuously. It's amazing.
Some are just learning and can't.
Yeah, there was a 4-year-old at this event last year, I think.
Oh yeah.
That little girl. She had like
Well,
some kind of cat theme robot.
Oh,
Yeah.
did you see her and her brother fight in one? So no, it wasn't last year. So it was probably not even a 4-year-old. It was about probably like 7-year-old girl fight her like 5-year-old brother.
Yeah.
And it was actually really, it was a really competitive fight.
Judges ready?
Yeah.
No person? Weather robots, it's Violet Flame versus
Burning hand.
Three, two, one. The match begins. Oh, Violet Flame has lost their weapon and tapped out.
Yeah, we're good now.
I knew that was going to happen because that's the way.
Burning Hand proceeds to advance in the elimination bracket, and that's the last we'll see of Violent Flame in this tournament. Paranoia and Burning Hand will come up in the roster later. Raptor and Oreo are our next fight. Raptor is in the red square, Oreo is in the blue square.
Raptor is in the red square, Oreo is in the blue square. Oh God. Okay. Oh, nope.
Raptor is in the red square and Oreo is in the blue square. Tartarus and Blueberry are on deck. They're the fight that will be coming up next. These are all ants elimination bracket fights. The winners will continue to fight, hoping to make it to the grand finale, which is the winner of the winner's bracket, the undefeated robot, versus the survivor of the elimination side.
That's what I was looking at.
their weapons on the bottom.
Yeah. It's just that clone.
Yeah, their safety's a little weird.
Skip over Fog, Paranoia.
Bob,
Oh, I was
have
not
enough.
told.
They didn't have enough cards.
Oh, I wasn't told. Okay. I was preparing to fight though. Apologies. I was thinking I was like, up next, and then up next, and up next. I wonder how it will work. Never happens.
Now here it is.
I wonder how it will work. Somehow.
So Burning Hand is the next.
That's normally can't flip over. Like, is that normal?
I don't know what it is. It's the little.
See with the magnet.
Red up cutter.
Like to pick up the tree.
Yeah.
Ready? Okay. Judges ready? Alright, let's start this match in 3, 2,
one that threw you there, then it's because your opponent did it. It's not that you are stuck on, a defect of the arena.
You bet it's hit me, knock me off.
60 seconds. Can you try to spin him a little bit?
Yeah, if your opponent throws you there and it's an effect of your opponent, it is not a defect of the arena. It has been like that. It has not been ref stiff. So that's kind of what it is. Yeah. And as much as I try to prevent you that, if your opponent throws you there, it's an effect of that. If you
Barring
which
some
when
amazing
we
thing
do
happening.
arenas later this year, should not be an issue. Should not be an issue.
But they were not caught on this site. They were up against.
Both robots have caused smoke.
What?
Like both robots have just started smoking.
Raptor wins by KO.
I don't even pay attention to who it is at this point.
So it's
So Raptor wins by KO.
Yeah.
Oh, you have no idea until you have to grab the fire extinguisher for one like that.
All right, our next fight, the last in this round of the Ants elimination bracket. Tartarus versus Blueberry. Tartarus is in the red square, Blueberry is in the blue square. We'll be moving back to Beetles from here. Tartarus is loading into the red square. Blueberry is conveniently in the blue square. Also has blue wheels. That's helpful. So we have an uppercutter versus a lifter. The lifter has an advantage in control in that their pins can last longer, and so they can control more actual time in the fight. They're also worth more points. But the uppercutter also has its own advantage, and that's that it has the ability to cause a lot more destruction. We don't have a lot of lifters in this category that we're waiting for refs. Refs are ready. Three, two, one, fight, robots, fight.
Two Viper kids, a very different style.
Yeah. Ref has pointed out to me that these are two kit robots that have been customized in different directions. The Viper kit is the underlying box structure and panel, and the weapons are additional choices. The uppercutter pinning the lifter, lifting the lifter on its head. Tartarus again wearing Blueberry as a hat and flipping it over itself using its weapon. Tartarus really taking a chunk out of the bottom of Blueberry.
Release.
And are they stuck? Well, they weren't. We have a minor entanglement. The robots are unable to separate. And so, utility broom, safety broom, the broom that is the hero of every arena, separates the two robots so that the fight can continue. So Tartarus wins by tap out, and Blueberry is eliminated from the competition, but doesn't sustain as much damage as they might have if they'd stayed in the competition, which means it might be easier for them to repair the robot for the next tournament they fight in. From here, we're jumping over to the Beatles. Our next fight is an elimination fight, Iodine and Power On. Iodine should be loading into the red square, and Power On is needed at the blue square. On deck, meaning the next fight after the one that's loading in, will be the winners' finals, Kilico versus Power Surge. We're looking for Iodine and Power On. We have Iodine and Power On. Iodine in the red square, Power On in the blue square. These are two rough combatants. We're expecting sparks and violence. The robots are actually having trouble making a lot of contact over their forks. Ooh. But Iodine getting the worst of that exchange. That sharp sound is the sound of a vicious weapon hitting our steel floor. The floor is not your opponent. Power On's drum spinner flinging Iodine around the room. Iodine counting on its weapon to flip it over, and that's not happening. Even with some of the toughest 3-pound robots, pins are an important factor in how the judges score the fight. Power On is trying to use the wall to flip itself back over. These vertical spinners don't do nearly as well without being right side up. Smoke has been spotted. The ref is suspicious that it might be another lipo fire. That's when the batteries catch fire. Our batteries, the lipo batteries that are in combat robots, are the kind that you're not allowed to fly on planes with because they can, just with a small crack, start to burn very hot in a fire that has to be smothered and can't be stopped with water.
Yeah, you're right there. Like Bridgewater, that would be, I wouldn't want to be running through the hallway with that. Potentially flaming robot. So Power On win by KO. It's still around.
So Power On wins by KO. Poor Iodine. Yeah, the ref. Oh, right. When the refs determine that it is safe to load in, the next fight is our Beatles finals winners round. So these are the two undefeated Beatles remaining, and that's Kilico and Power Surge. Kilico is in the red square, and Power Surge is headed to the blue square. So the winners final, Kilico and Power Surge, are loading in as soon as the ref has finished siphoning the arena. On deck, meaning the next fight that I'm calling, is Raging Sunder versus Summit. Raging Sunder versus Summit in the Beatles bracket, the elimination side.
Probably.
I might have. I don't remember. Semicolon creators.
Was it another battery fire?
Semi.
We haven't had a battery yet.
Oh, it was just rock MOSFETs?
I'm not sure. It seems like everything works as well. But it definitely smokes.
Yeah.
All right, competitors ready.
I don't know.
Judges ready.
Yeah.
I forgot about a timer. All right, let's start this fight in 3, 2, 1, fight!
Couple nasty hits, and now neither robot seems to be able to get themselves off of the edge of the arena. Right. Kilico's stuck on its own fork.
That's by poor design, not an arena fault. All right, drivers ready. Continuing with 1 minute 55 seconds left in 3, 2, 1, fight!
Ugh. Power Surge still with weapon at full force, not caring at all whether or not Kilico is stuck on its own forks, ready to pound it. Kilico happier on its back now with the forks stuck in this awkward position, trying to use that end of it, the robot, to protect the juicy underside of the rest of the robot.
Motion! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1!
Power Surge just barely figuring out a way to get itself out of a corner.
He is on the arena. Controls down.
Kilico's getting an unstick, caught on the edge of the arena. Power Surge caught in the same spot, just barely managed to get itself out before being called out because it had already used its unstick.
All right, drivers ready. Continue this fight with 34 seconds remaining in 3, 2, 1, fight!
Again, with excellent sportsmanship. And from here, we're moving over into the ants. According to me, the next fight is Little Chef versus Control Freak. Little Chef loading into the red square, Control Freak loading into the right. This is our Ants Winners Finals. These are the last two Ants robots that are undefeated.
like, well, what's engagement? We separated engagement and control. Yeah, and it was like,
Yeah, especially for when you're talking about like small events, like NHRL, I understand because they got more, they have a little more at stake, but
well, it also made it difficult because like control and engagement, like damage and damage, control and engagement kind of linked together.
yeah,
And there was always just like, okay, what exactly is engagement?
right. Because that can be it's subjective. Yeah.
Control is not as subjective. Somebody obviously, if you can tell who's pinning somebody, who's pushing the other bot around the arena.
All right, the winners ants finals.
Yes. Yes.
So the last two undefeated ants. Little Chef in the red square is another drum spinner, and we've seen how destructive they can be. Control Freak is a control bot with the 3 forks. Big advantage in not having to use weight on a weapon, instead using it on armor. Control bots can be extremely tough to defeat. Of course, they have survived 3 rounds, 4 rounds, 3 rounds of robot combat to get here. Okay, we need a ref. We're short a ref. Oh, we have refs. We have judges.
I didn't see anything.
Three, two, one. Fights, robots. Fights. Fights. Control Freak using those wide forks to try to catch Little Chef right up against. Wow, sounds like Little Chef's drum has been taken out by whacking into one of those little forks right at the beginning of the fight. On the other hand, Control Freak is having a lot of trouble keeping control of Little Chef, who seems to be able to roll up out of the pins that it puts it in. Control Freak is giving the refs a voice a workout with all those pins.
I feel like we somehow lost track of time here. Like, it seems like we should be done by now. Okay. I didn't hear. Yeah. Okay. I guess we're done.
Yeah. I don't think it's really gonna matter.
Oh.
All right, all right. Judges are working on their decision. Who's going to be the last undefeated robot in this tournament? Meanwhile, we're headed back down into the elimination bracket. Our next fight is Paranoia versus Burning Hand. Paranoia will be in the red square. Burning Hand will be in the blue square. By unanimous decision, Control Freak is the winner of the winners in the ant weight category. This fight is Paranoia versus Burning Hand. And I'm taking us back to the Beatles. After that, I'm putting Raging Thunder and Summit on deck. Raging Thunder and Summit are on deck.
Is there anybody from... No, they're there. Okay.
Yeah, they're here. They're good.
Because it's an ant fight. We're on an ant fight. That's Paranoia and Burning Hand in the round 2 and the losing round.
Paranoia in the red, Burning Hand in the blue. Paranoia's weapon is horizontal. Burning Hand is vertical. Always interesting to see the contrast between the two types. Paranoia having trouble with its weapon. Burning Hands locked in, trying to get that little red blade to connect, but doesn't have a lot of reach. Paranoia's weapon, even not spinning, was providing sort of an obstacle, but Paranoia's weapon is going fast enough to hear. Burning Hand sending Paranoia on a little journey, a little dance. Paranoia's wheels looking a little crooked. Maybe we're going to have some problem with that drive. Burning Hand's weapon, that amazing helicopter sound, constant, continuous, worse than a leaf blower. Take your finger off faster than a weed whacker. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Judges seem happy and ready to make a decision. From here, our next fight is going to be from the Beatles elimination bracket. We're going to see Raging Sunder in the red square and Summit in the blue square. Team Raging Sunder is the same team as runs Burning Hands, and they're waiting for Paranoia to limp over to its box, to its door, to safely exit the arena.
Score me this, and then I'll tell you. Yes, Raging Sunder versus Summit in the Beatles elimination bracket.
I had to do some last minute weight reduction, so I didn't line up properly. I'm gonna move that hand. Yep. Yep. This one might be the last draw for Paranoia. Paranoia is gonna become a different form this time. I'm trying to keep adult spinner. I like the name. I'm not really a big fan of how long the name is. I'm playing around with stuff. It's probably going to him. Going to him. Yeah, he had full control. He had full control. I'm not gonna lie. He just really had his full control. I'm not sure. I wanted one full hit. I don't think I got it, unfortunately. I'd be really careful to move up really far. Who do we have now? Who do we have now?
Raging Thunder and Summit.
It's the same design of spinner, it's just that one has the ram side, one has gonna go. Like they're spinners are
Raging Sunder and Summit have loaded in. Raging Sunder is in the red square. Summit is in the blue square.
Drivers ready? Judges ready? All right, this match starts.
3, 2, 1. Fights, robots. Fights. Fights. Raging Sunder is making all that noise with its amazing two-bladed uppercutter action. Summit, having gotten inverted, is already struggling a little bit because vertical spinners don't do so great upside down. But Raging Sunder kindly righted it. Raging Sunder has big forks, which it's trying to use to its advantage to feed the other robot into its weapons. While Summit is hoping that it's got better reach because it doesn't have forks in front of it. You got to ask for movement and then start counting it down.
All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last match.
By knockout, Raging Sunder wins and goes on to face Melon Baller. All right, and we're back to ant weights, the 1-pound robots. Our next fight is Raptor versus Tartarus. Raptor is in the red square, Tartarus is in the blue. 3, 2, 1. Fight. Raptor versus Tartarus. Raptor coming out of the red corner with its little gold uppercutter blade. Tartarus coming out of the blue corner.
Sadly, that counts.
Our next fight is another Beatles fight. It's meter beater versus power on. Meter beater versus power on. Meter beater is going to be loading into the red square, power on into the blue. After our current combatants have cleared the arena and the refs indicate that it is safe.
Looks like it was Tartarus by unanimous decision.
Tartarus won that last fight by unanimous decision. They'll be off to fight Power Off in the elimination quarterfinals. Meter beater in the red square, power on in the blue square.
She needs somebody to be. She's trying to get power to the vacuum cleaner.
Outlet box. The outlets are like lined up close enough to each other you can see that you're actually trying to plug in which one's an outlet. They're bizarre looking.
So this fight is meter beater versus power on. The next fight will be melon baller versus raging sunder, but that doesn't have to happen until after 3. We may be having a little break after this. This fight, interestingly, is an egg beater versus a meat tenderizer. Let's call this the kitchen sink fight. The kitchen drawer fight, the combatants tell me. Power on is the egg beater. Meter beater is the meat tenderizer. Hammer versus spinner.
Drivers ready? Judges ready? All right. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, fight!
Both these robots have delivered really exciting fights all day. And that was an amazing toss considering this is a robot tossing a 3-pound hammer into the air.
Female? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Power on. Power on. All right, we're at the part of the evening where, I guess this is only an afternoon, we're at the part of the afternoon where the cool down period, the 20 minutes that each combatant has to repair their robot, is now not automatically being filled by fights. We have few enough fights that I don't have one unless the contestants want to volunteer their fight to go a little early because they're ready. So if you have a fight coming up and you're ready to fight it, we're ready to have you. Otherwise, we're going to take a 10-minute break. 10-minute break, say the judges. So never mind. 10-minute break. In 10 minutes, it'll be Melon Baller versus Raging Sunder. And then we'll return back to the ants.
Want to see what I did wrong before it caused it to not auto level.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our 10-minute break is complete. So long as the Avengers assemble, I mean my refs and judges, we can proceed. In Beatles, we need Melon Baller and Raging Sunder. I know Raging Sunder's here, and I know the Melon Baller robot is here, but I don't know if there's anybody to drive it. Woot! All right, so I'm waiting on refs. Oh, and for the arena to be cleared of the demo robots. Fairy weights are super cool. Melon Baller is headed to the red square. Raging Sunder is headed to the blue square. I'm still short one judge and one or two refs.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, maybe a half a ref. All right, I think I have everything I need except my combatants who were just here a moment ago saying they were all here. Melon Baller's headed to the red and Raging Sunder's headed to the blue. These are quarterfinal fights in the elimination bracket. Melon Baller has been one of our most destructive robots and entertaining, bouncing off the ceiling, gouging through our steel floor, putting on a really big show. Raging Sunder is a nasty, nasty uppercutter, a vertical spinner of classic design, the kind that has won BattleBots tournaments more often than any other robot.
Judges ready? Is ready? Match starts in
3, 2, 1. Fight, robots. Fight. Sparks. Beautiful humming. Robot combat at its best. The arena is not the opponent. Right, Raging Sunder is the opponent. Raging Sunder is having some trouble. It is inverted and not doing very well. They're discussing whether or not they need an unstick.
2, 1.
And Raging Sunder has been counted out.
Okay. No. Nobody knew what was going on. Shouldn't it be 10 seconds for a count out?
What she did?
5.
Okay, that's why they didn't realize they got counted out.
Yeah.
It is 10 seconds.
Yeah. But they're not fighting because
All right, back over in the ants. Sushi versus Burning Hand should be our next fight. Sushi loading into the red square. Burning Hand loading into the blue square. On deck should be Power Off and Tartarus. It's really tight on their cooldown, so I expect them to be thinking about being on deck while still working on their robots instead of lingering over here. But they're the next fight. All right, Sushi in the red corner. That wedge is a survivor. Burning Hand in the blue corner. That little red wheel has destroyed several robots' hopes and dreams today. Match starts in 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Missing each other, getting hung up on the scratches in our floor. Burning Hand has the right kind of buzz to indicate that that weapon is moving very, very fast. Some of the gouges in sushi were created by Burning Hand in the first place. But Sushi has proven to be a very tough little robot, standing up to a lot of beating without losing a wheel or suffering more than cosmetic destruction. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the match. I'm glad I'm not a judge today. And in a split decision, the judges have chosen our winner. Burning Hand is your winner.
I successfully created suspense.
All right, our next fight is Power Off versus Tartarus. Power Off's right here. Tartarus is right there. Power Off is in the red. Tartarus is in the blue.
2 minutes. Yes. Okay.
2 minutes.
down to a handful. 6 fights left, not including this one. But they're all in a string, so I have no fight. I don't know.
Over an hour and a half.
Maybe not. Ready?
All right, Power Off and Tartarus. Literally, they took 1 minute and they asked for 2. Bless their hearts. Power Off is in the red square. Tartarus is in the blue square. And this is an elimination quarterfinals in the ant weights.
Switch test. One second. Hold on.
No, I think yeah, what happened? I think they probably put up the power. I think all you do is just
thought they were doing the power bikes. It didn't work.
There's a power set.
All right, match starts in 3, 2, 1, fight.
Something has already lost a piece of plastic. Drum versus vertical spinner. Oh, Power Off spins Tartarus flying. We're looking to see if a battery is exposed, but it is not. It's just some wires and some motors exposed. But there's a tap out. The robots are entangled, so we're going to be using safety broom and some other tools to separate them safely.
Back, I was just like, wait, are we just going to separate? They tapped out.
yeah, we
I was just separating them. Like,
just so that
okay.
just so they can
How are they
safely.
gonna get their safety on?
That's why they were trying to
How are
separate
they
them.
gonna get their safety on?
Right, so they're just clamp, just get the weapons safely there. That's like
Like for them, they can't really get their clamping on there.
the
because-
first thing you want to do is just make sure you get those weapons, the
Yeah.
physical safety on the weapons.
But I
and
don't know
then
how
turn
they're
back.
gonna like actually really get their clamp on because their bar's bent up so they can actually get it down.
Yeah.
Because theirs went, because first it goes further down than it is right now. I wonder what that wire goes to.
That's the no, that's an antenna. That's the receiver.
Oh.
Because have my receiver looks, yeah, that's the receiver.
That's bad.
So he's stuck in the internals.
Yeah, it's like
I
stuck
think.
on.
Yeah.
It's like stuck.
He's trying to pull. Yeah, he's just trying not to cause any further damage.
Because I think it's wrapped around the bar.
Yeah, it looks like it's yeah.
Caught up in it.
Yeah. Wow, that would have been a.
Do we have some verifiers?
I'm sure somebody in the world has another pair. Do you want me to ask? Yeah, normally we have gloves. I don't know where the gloves are.
Oh,
You just have to put. Yeah.
Not like this one went off.
Yeah.
I mean, like, this wasn't
Okay.
That was a nasty piece of entanglement, taking a lot of work to get the robots apart. If I know, trying to save the antenna off of one of the robots that had become entangled in the other. If Tartarus hadn't tapped out, this fight would have been over anyway because none of the robots would have been able to move. All right, we have another 10-minute break unless Power On and Melon Baller feel like they can fight early, but I kind of doubt it. 10 minutes.
We just asked the driver, one of the buses.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a quick rumble. 3 robots on 3 robots. We've got Paranoia, Summit, and what's our third robot? And Jake's clone. So 2 3-pound robots are going to gang up on a 1-pound robot. That's what I'm seeing here. All right.
Competitors are ready. Fight starts in 3, 2, 1. Fight, robot, fight.
All right. Paranoia's weapon is still a little wonky. The 2 3-pounders are going after each other out of some sort of kindness. The clone is having some trouble with belts on the weapon and seems to have gotten hung up in the corner. Summit, however, still looks pretty good. Unfortunately, flipped, but has cleverly used the clone. Yeah, Summit is dominating this rumble. Well, the 3-pound robots have not ganged up on the 1-pound robot. I think that's very nice. But Summit is gently beating up on everyone in the arena. Ooh, nice little pop there. Oh, but look out. The clone's weapon is spinning up properly, and we might see some weapon-on-weapon action. We see a lot of the guts of the robot. Battery may be exposed, so we have to stop. Paranoia has just spun itself off of its last wheel, and we are waiting for that weapon to spin down so that the robots can be safely removed from the arena. 'Cause that was cool. No, Paranoia's a brick. A brick.
If we have enough time, can we do a grudge match between Oreo and Hydrox?
There will be enough time. I just
Okay,
don't know if
sweet.
it's right this second.
Well, we gotta work on both parts. I'm just checking.
Okay.
We thought it would be funny. Oreo, Hydrox. No.
Yeah. Great idea.
It's all TPU, so it's all super durable, so they don't break when they hit the box. Now they don't have grabbers and flippers,
Yeah.
so they're not as fun.
I'm sorry?
How many rounds? About.
About 3 rounds. Yeah, we have 3 rounds of each weight class. I still have 5 minutes, but. Right, our next fight is Power On and Melon Baller. This is the elimination bracket semifinals. We're going to need refs, and I need 3 judges. I have 2. Power On is in the red square, and Melon Baller is in the blue square. I need more reffing. Oof. Okay. Power On and Melon Baller. Here we go. 2 of our most destructive robots meeting, I think, again. I think they've already fight. Yeah, they already fought once. And here they're back.
Yeah, I removed that chair for a reason, guys. There you go. Good.
Dang.
He nicked the belt.
They didn't break our lights, so they don't get 10 points. All right, are they alive?
You're not stuck on the arena.
What are you stuck on?
This debris is an effect of the fight.
Battle of Titans, they said.
Might be on something else. It's not the arena.
That might be us. Sorry.
That's probably that.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, we're all waiting to find out what Melon Baller got stuck on. It wasn't the arena. It must have been debris from the fight. Ah, yes, a cleverly deployed small piece of power on. Yeah, there's a tiny little bit.
There's a chip out on the other side. It's the other side of his weapon.
Okay, is anything happening that I'm going to be surprised by?
KO.
Oh. KO. Okay. Never mind.
That was a violet match. I thought our arena was because
All right, we have 10 minutes before our next scheduled fight, unless Burning Hand and Power Off are already ready and feel like they can immediately leap into the arena. But I don't think that's going to happen. That means 10 minutes. So if anybody else has a grudge match ready, they can go ahead. Otherwise, maybe we'll have more fairy weight exhibition.
we get a little bit.
judges, because I have a fight. Ladies and gentlemen, we are loading in. Oops. Burning Hand in the red square and Power Off in the blue square for the elimination semifinals in ants. The winner of this fight will go on to fight Little Chef in the elimination finals. The winner of this fight between Burning Hand and Power Off is guaranteed at least third place. Burning Hand is in the red square. Power Off is in the blue square. Burning Hand, I think, refers to that nasty, nasty upright wheel. Power Off is the drum spinner that has been the end of many a poor robot. Burning Hand versus Power Off.
Okay, drivers ready? Judges ready? All right, this fight starts in
3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Power Off fast off the block, but immediately having trouble with its forks. Beautiful sparks flying as the weapons hit each other at ridiculous speeds. The arena is not your enemy. Burning Hand sending Power Off towards the ceiling. Power Off getting hung up, they claim, on the arena. There. A friendly little tap from Burning Hand. And now they're getting counted out. And so Burning Hand proceeds into the placing category area. Team Power has to turn right around with Power on for their match with Kilico. Kilico is in the red square. Power on is in the blue square.
Hey, Alex, you have to ref this one. You have to ref this.
hard hub. So.
Yeah, we should have picked another.
All right, in 2-3 minutes, the next fight will be Kilico versus Power. All right, two very vicious robots, Kilico and Power On, gotten all the way to the end here by destroying other robots. Everybody agrees that this fight could go either way, Kilico and Power On.
Ready? All right, fight starts.
3, 2, 1, fight robots, fight! Kilico faster out of the gate, but Power On is already sped up. And we see no sign of Kilico's weapon spinning at all. But this is a pin. Kilico is squashing Power On into the wall until bang. Oh, I think I lost some years of hearing just then. Kilico lost the blade and the. They're getting counted out. In an act of sportsmanship, Power On bumped Kilico out of their stuck position, and instead of taking the win, has continued to beat up on poor Kilico. And there it is, the thing.
Eli, we get our match. We get our rematch. Well, I get a rematch with Power On.
So Kilico tapped out. Power On goes to meet Power Surge in the finals in a very powerful grand finale. All right, we're going to have a good solid 20-minute break. If anybody wants to rumble, now's the time.
already have it, so make it worse.
Exactly, same.
Yeah.
function test, please.
Yeah, yes.
All right, hold on. Judges are asking for a function test.
Little chef, can you drive? Thank you. Burning hand, can you drive? You're down one side. Weapon works. Okay, thank you.
All right. You want to take it out over there? Yeah. Go ahead.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give everybody 15 minutes, and then we'll come back for both grand finales, the Beatles and then the Ants.
So question, for the Beetle finals, is it, question about the finals. Is it winner take all, or does the winner of the winner finals win it's over, but the lose?
Sudden death.
Sudden death? So this is it?
Yeah.
Alright.
Right.
No, we're still waiting on one.
Oh.
We got plenty of time, so it's not like
Right,
we're,
right,
it's not like
right,
I don't think we have another match loading right away.
Oh, well, but on the other hand,
Here we go. That was the toughest match of the night so far.
Really?
Really? Yeah. That
Yeah.
was.
All right, that tough finals in the elimination bracket has just been won by Little Chef in a split judges decision that the judges called the closest decision of the day.
great. So, yeah, 15 minutes. What, 2 more fights? I figured we'll just put a big break here, have the grand finale of the Beatles. By then, the Ants should be ready to have the Ants finale, and then we'll be done. So this is the last break.
Yes. So this is your last opportunity for grudges or nonsense in the arena.
I'm walking away. Before I But now I'm not putting away the speaker. Somebody else is. Is it under the speaker piece, the soundboard jig? It wasn't her.
Are you going to a battle of the birds? No. Probably not.